Hello. I stream. I'm a bit late again. Seems to be the trend this week. I'm just tired, you know. Less sore than I was yesterday, because I didn't work out again yesterday, but still a bit of aches and pains. I really went hard on the workout a few days ago. So today there was an announcement, I guess, and an interview that followed about hardcore classic World of Warcraft, which, for the people that actually know me, I am interested in. I wouldn't mind playing some hardcore WoW. Even though I'm a Final Fantasy Andy now. Gotta do what I find fun. So I have a video that I'll probably be reacting to relatively soon. Can't even look at myself that way. I gotta crazy. I set up the technology to watch a video while sitting here earlier, but I don't know how it's gonna look. Might cover my character, but that's okay. Alpha can just run around in the background. But yeah, we'll be reacting to that in a few moments, probably. I'm just sure I have everything set up well, and then until raid. Might do some stuff, but mainly about the raid today. We're gonna re-clear our P11 second group, since we didn't get 6 fights down yesterday, and yeah, go into P12. I also I'm a bit sad because yesterday when we did our P9 reclear, my main was 100 DPS ahead of where it had to be for a 99 pass. I haven't had a 99 pass in this game yet. And one slipped away, slipped out of my hands, because someone moved into the group too early with the defamation. We're 1.5% away from killing the boss. It was not a great feeling. Over the night when I looked into it, and I'm like, man, I was 100 DPS higher than I had to be. It just made me feel worse. I shouldn't have looked at that. I should have just pretended it didn't happen. But, you know, you gotta look curious, seeing how your performance was. And then PT, and you know, would have been like a 97 or a 98, but I got killed by the autos at the end, which was also quite sad. I got memed on hard yesterday. At least my ult got really good clears. Like my ult PT is now 400 DPS higher than my mains, and my main has much better gear. Rah. But it is what it is, right? Things happen. Anyway, let's react to this video. Make sure it actually comes up. This is Saf. Where's my mouse? I think he's like a World of Warcraft classic content creator. I don't really know him, so I can't say one way or another. It's not like I pay attention to every content creator in the world, but seems like a good dude. From like videos that I've seen of him in the past. But yeah, I was listening in on Savix's stream earlier, and he was reacting to this, so I thought maybe I'll turn Savix's stream off and I'll react to it myself because I'm interested in classic hardcore, even though I'm playing Final Fantasy right now. Because it's one sec. Gonna like iCam, I guess. Don't know if well, that's a huge. I don't know if it will be any good, but yeah. Let's see how the sound and everything is on this video as well, I guess. Let's jump into it.
The official Hardcore Realms have just been announced on the PTR. They will be coming tomorrow. But before that, I want to break down what we should be able to experience and what Blizzard's philosophy was looking like moving forward into the Hardcore Realms.
Give me a
Luckily,
moment.
today we'll be joined by
Turning
two
the
of
music
Blizzard's
off.
very own developers. Anna Resendez, the lead software engineer, and Tim Jones, the senior technical designer. Both of whom had a massive role in us actually being able to experience hardcore on a Blizzard official capacity. So today they're here to answer as many questions as they can regarding the Hardcore Realms and what we have to see in the future. We're gonna get into things like dungeon lockouts, can we bubble hearth, can we use Flask of Petrification, and will there be world buffs? Everything.
That Flask is it's a topic that's polarizing for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing what Blizzard say, but you know, from what I've seen of all the clips, because I watch a lot of Guzu, Savix, and Snaky Box generally, and they're all playing hardcore classic. And you know, there's been some thoughts about Petri Flask, but I will give mine when we get to that.
You can think of should be answered here today. Thank you guys for being here.
You know, he's got another 8,000 subscribers now, so that's pretty good.
Right to it.
I'm Anna Resendez. I am lead software engineer for the World of Warcraft Classic team, and I'm super excited to talk today about Hardcore Classic.
That's the banner they have gone with. I don't think it's that great, honestly. I could have made a better one for them, but it is what it is.
I'm Tim Jones. I'm the senior technical designer on the World of Warcraft Classic team, and I'm also excited to talk to you guys about hardcore.
I like that we can finally see the official
Some guy
logo for hardcore.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time. That
Reveal.
yeah, that looks awesome. I'm so stoked. Thank you guys for joining me today. My name is Sarth.
Okay.
As anyone watching this probably knows, I am a enjoyer of WoW Classic. So I'm really excited to get to talk to you guys. Tim, it's good to talk to you again.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Talk to you about Old War. Yeah,
dude, Tim Jones has a luscious beard. I hope, you know, when I start balding, I can grow a beard that big. I know I'm reacting to the interview, but look at it.
So I'm really excited, and Anna, really nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
Thanks for being here today. Let's get into it. The hardcore community, as you guys know, has been really adamant about the whole solo self-found thing. It's been a community-driven thing, and I know Blizzard isn't usually of the mindset to add restrictions to the way people play the game. Is there anything that you guys are planning to implement for solo self-found? Maybe something like a Soul of Iron, like a buff on a personal character that doesn't end up doing as many like trading. I guess we haven't even asked if there's going to be trading, and you haven't officially said if there's going to be trading or auction house or anything like that.
Yeah.
Saying yeah to something. But before we go into that question, for those Final Fantasy players that might be watching this, because what I am, Soul of Iron is basically just a buff that was in Season of Mastery, I believe. Like it's basically a classic WoW Season of Mastery. It's like a season in Diablo or Path of Exile, I guess. And it just showed that you were one life character, and you had that, and it read out like what bosses you had killed and all that stuff. I didn't play Season of Mastery. My whole classic career was literally 3 months long because the community just wasn't it for me at that point. You know, I was a vanilla WoW enjoyer all those years ago, 2004, 2005, probably 2006. I don't remember where TPC happened, but it happened in some point in 2006, I believe. The community was different with Classic. Let's just say that. It turned into a lot of GDKP within those first 3 months, and then I was like, this isn't really for me. Even though I had a good guild that was, running stuff by themselves, and it felt like a vanilla guild because we were just chilling and killing things as we did. It was like a dad boomer guild, right? It was great. But interacting with anyone else outside of that just felt like too much. It's just not heavy with where it was, so I started playing Final Fantasy instead.
Yeah, well, the main plan for hardcore is, like very simple. You have one life, but then if
Makes
you
sense.
die, however you die, that's done, right? There's not
Mhm.
gonna be. We're gonna block the restrictions to resurrect, use Ankh, or any other like kind of like weird items that could get you back to life. All of that is gonna be restricted. So that's basically the base. That said, we're not gonna be restricting trading or mail or anything of those. We believe that, I mean, a big part of why it is very different in the era servers that currently have the version of the add-on is that not everyone there is like actually in the challenge, right? Like there's some
Yeah.
people that have had that like started since the beginning of Classic.
Not everyone is in the challenge, but everyone does challenge the challengers. Like, there's a lot of griefers, right? I remember when Gozu was leveling as Warlock, he would always come across this level 60 rogue who would try to just kill people and get them flagged and stuff. I guess that won't really be happening in hardcore because if someone flags up and tries to grief, well, their character is also hardcore, so yeah, it's kind of a risk, isn't it?
In 2019, and they still have their characters there, and they're just like coming back, maybe just to raid or to do other activities, but they didn't participate in the hardcore challenge. And there's also the people that came from Season of Mastery that might also be in this server. So it kind of like creates kind of an unfair trading ecosystem with already a established gold and economy and everything. So we understand why a lot of the restrictions are there, right? That said, we're really looking forward to see how that happens in our servers, in the official servers, where everybody that is in those servers are participating in the challenge. So we don't want to go out with like any kind of extra restrictions. That said, if players choose to, go by the rules that the specific rules that they want to go into that are added, they're more than welcome to do that. But we're not gonna have any restrictions. And we currently don't have any plans of like what you're saying of like maybe we can have an extra note of like, hey, you did this in the extra mega hard mode, But
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
we're
fair.
listening and we are always welcome for feedback, and like we can like see how the PTR goes and like have like more discussion.
Now, when Blizzard says they're listening, it's always so we'll see. But yeah, I was kind of hoping, like, obviously that there's still a little bit of this answer to go, so I guess I'll wait until it's
Right.
done completely.
Yeah, of
I don't know if you
course.
want to add something, Tim.
Oh, I think you mentioned like, would we be incorporating like maybe a Soul of Iron style mechanic in hardcore? And the plan is to incorporate the Soul of Iron as it was in Season of Mastery into hardcore. It's largely just
Oh,
a
they're putting it in.
cosmetic tracking
Okay.
of whether you have died or not, which everyone will know whether you've died
Yeah.
on an official hardcore. So that point is kind of moot, but it does like have a cosmetic tracker of what end of which end raid tier boss that you've killed. And
Okay.
like Anna said, if the I mean, the add-on already does an incredible job of tracking these accomplishments that people have while leveling, fighting super hard quest content at relevant levels, or completing dungeons at relevant levels, or other types of challenges. If there is a desire from the community for that to be represented in sort of the same way that Soul of Iron does, then we'll listen to that feedback and
They
incorporate
probably
that into
will
our
be.
designs if there's a desire for it.
Okay, awesome. I think that's really exciting, because hearing that you guys are open to the idea of, if the community has a very strong feedback on something like that, I think is really exciting to see that you're like willing to
Yeah.
work on things. On that note,
Yeah, but Sarf, mate. I've known Blizzard for a very long time, you know. Usually when they say we're listening, it doesn't really mean we're listening, so we'll actually see. But you know, not restricting things in a way, I guess. It's okay from like a casual viewpoint, because the economy will be like new, so people, you know, won't have all this extra gold and shit that you can trade everywhere and stuff like that. I would like a solo self-found. You know, it's pretty easy to implement. I've always enjoyed playing Path of Exile solo self-found. I wouldn't mind if there was like a button that you could press, and it's like, okay, your character is now a self-made character. And maybe they can implement something into like the meeting stones outside the dungeon, so you can actually run a dungeon with people that are also solo self-found. I think that would be kind of an okay thing, because obviously you still want to do the dungeons, have some good loot. But I honestly thought, because of Blizzard's first announcement, when they first announced hardcore and the way they were speaking, I felt like they probably wouldn't go to restrict everything that the add-on's been restricting. So I guess it's okay, but maybe the community should push for a little bit of solo self-found action, because it's kind of what makes it fun. To me, to watch when someone gets a sick piece of loot because they run the dungeon, it's like, whoa, that guy just got a massive upgrade, right? Or if you like die because you didn't or something, I don't know. It's hard to say like what would be better. I guess we'll find out.
note, right now, including like restrictions, we talked about not really having too many with things like the trading. There is a current within the add-on and within the community built-in restriction for one dungeon, and only being able to
This
do
is
that
a good
dungeon
one.
once. It kind of gives the aspect of, if an item dropped on that run,
This is
on
a
that
good
character,
question.
you get really excited. It's the blessed run. Does Blizzard have
Like what I just said, you know, you get your item on the first run of the dungeon because you can only run it once. Like you run Dead Mines as a warrior, you get Smite's Mighty Hammer. You're set until like level 30. It's like, holy. So let's see what Blizzard thinks.
have any plans on implementing any sort of dungeon restrictions or walkout restrictions for the hardcore realms?
Yes, we're gonna have the restriction of you will only be able to do one dungeon per day. It's a
I'm assuming she means one dungeon per day per dungeon, because one dungeon per day would be... Well, that would actually suck. Because when you get to Scarlet Monastery and you want to do all of them at the same time. So I'm assuming it would mean per dungeon. Otherwise, that is an oversight. But even if it was an oversight, I'm sure people would give feedback and say that it's terrible.
a bit different than the add-on restrictions, but it's gonna basically work like a heroic, where you can only do one like dungeon.
I'm
one
okay
time
with
a day.
one a day though.
And that restriction is gonna be lifted by the time you get to the level 60. So you are
Okay,
able
that's
to,
good.
you know, go and do all the dungeons and get the gear.
Honestly, pretty good answer. I'm okay with one dungeon per dungeon a day, because Most of the time you out-level the dungeon the first time you do it. Unless you're just sitting around waiting to do dead mines like 4 times in a row and you're not doing anything else, it's not really worth it, right? as a person that would be playing like 6 hours or something a day, if I was to play, I wouldn't really run a dungeon more than once unless it's right at the end of the freaking timer for it. Like, oh, I zoned in at 23:59 and got it done. Well, I guess before 23:59, and then go back in right after. That would be the only way I would probably abuse that system, unless it's just a full 24-hour lockout from when you do it. But I think that's fair, as long as it's actually per dungeon.
And all of the things that you want to.
This type of restriction sort of it mostly serves the case of we really want to emphasize being out in the world and doing questing content and experiencing other players, like running into other players in the outdoor world.
It's the best part of vanilla.
We don't want like dungeon cleave or spell cleave to be the primary way that people.
When you say dungeon cleave or spell cleave, it reminds me of when Classic WoW first came out, because the efficient way to level was to just do dungeons over and over, right? Once you hit the lockout, you just go AFK for like 30 minutes, and then you go back in and do them again. Pretty boring. For some reason, everyone thought they had to do that, even though I guess if you're a massive streamer, it was kind of important to do, like when Asmongold and Esfand and those guys were doing it. Because, you know, they would probably get camped outside in the world. But, I leveled just fine on a PvP server. There were Horde that came into my chat and were talking to me, but I never, like, got assaulted by them and they didn't hunt me down and stuff like that. Apart from this one guy who thought he could, but then I ended up ending his ending his whole career for that few hours that he decided to be an EPL. But I also made friends with a lot of the Horde that were on that server, because I think that was important in vanilla to make cross-faction allies so you could actually fight out in the world without fear of being ganked by everyone. So I did it again in Classic.
People feel obligated to level up in. So we really feel like the 24-hour lockout timer on dungeons will help facilitate that. And like we said before, if people want to impose extra restrictions on themselves, we're 100% in support of the modding community for hardcore doing that. But at this time, we don't have a plan of making it so that you can only do one dungeon for the entirety of your level up process.
Yeah, I think that'll
like
work out really well with people that play the game all the time. Are gonna out level the dungeons no matter what, and then people that are playing very casually will be able to go back and run it again, and should be really enjoyable.
Exactly. So. And yeah, like Anna said, there's no such restriction for level 60 players. Level 60 players won't incur any lockout for dungeons. If you're a druid and you got to farm Nomergon, then go for it, man.
You have to do it. Does that mean inherent?
Dude, I would never play a feral druid just for the fact that you got to farm a level, 29 weapon, even at level 60. Like, thank you. Do not want. But yeah, I think that's a pretty well-rounded answer. I would say that's a plus. The Solar Self-Founded restrictions is like a middle, and then this one is definitely a plus. Just having a small lockout, not a full lockout, is good, because it, like South said, it helps casuals. If you're someone that can only play a few hours a day and you want to do a dungeon and that's all you want to do that day, even though you did it yesterday, you'll be able to. So I think that's good. It's like, I just got home from work, I'm going to go into a dead mines again. And then you run your dead mines and then you go sleep and get ready for work the next day. Ooh. But also, as someone who can play, you will outgear and outlevel the dungeon to where the effectiveness is not very big.
Inherently within the game systems, will there be issues grouping with level 60 players? I know that's currently within the system.
I hope so. If you're unable to group with level 60 players before level 60, that's a massive, massive plus to classic gaming, I think, because not being able to be boosted all throughout your leveling experience. Boosting is one of the things that turned me off classic when it first came out, so let's see.
System of hardcore, but would that mean there's any sort of restrictions going on there?
You're absolutely right. Players who are not level 60 will not be able to get into the same dungeons as level 60 players. So it'll prevent max level characters from
Dude, that's huge.
From boosting people through dungeons. And there will be the same sort of XP penalty system that existed in Season of Mastery and Wrath Classic, where if there's too big of a differential between the lowest level person and a higher level person in a group, sub 60, then XP will be nerfed to encourage players of a similar level band to take on those challenges.
Yeah, I think that was very well received, getting rid.
That's good. Like, you know, you can still queue, or I guess go into a dungeon with level 59s by that wording, but at least if the XP is nerfed, then it won't really be worth it, hopefully. Not being able to go in with level 60s though is huge. Like, that is one of the best things they could have done.
Rid of the boosting. So that'll be really nice. Without the restrictions then, and without the boosting, we're going to see everybody mostly level in the open world. There is a hot topic around players right now around using things like world buffs in the open world and getting world buffs. And are there any changes or plans to change world buffs and how they interact with players at all within the hardcore realms?
There's no plans on changing how world buffs behave. In fact, you'll be able to get the Chrono Boon Displacer on hardcore realms.
That's good.
You know, I think we've learned some lessons from Season of Mastery and not having world buffs. And yes, they make your character incredibly powerful, but at the end of the day, they're one of the biggest social. They're an incredibly fun social event to gather up for, especially in hardcore. And you feel that it is exciting to be able to get Rallying Cry of the Dragon Slayer and then be like, I can go do Barons. I can level up really fast now. And it's also going to be interesting on a fresh server where
Gonna pump the shit out of the Barons.
No one's going to be dropping these buffs at the start. And
that's true.
Will be
when the servers first come out, ain't no one getting Onyxia. You know, you're gonna have to wait a few weeks before some people are brave enough to clear that. So, you know, while everyone's leveling, it won't really matter, but I think world buffs are important to vanilla. I don't like having to get them for raids all the time, but I don't think I'll be raiding in. Even if I play classic hardcore to 60, I don't think I'll be raiding in it, because raids in vanilla have always been kind of the boring part of it, right? The leveling and the gearing is the fun part. Doing the dungeons is fun, but the raiding, not so much. Not for me, anyway.
Special event towards the beginning when these buffs start dropping. So I think we want to maintain sort of how unique the social gathering is for world buffs, even in hardcore.
We are though gonna be removing the debuff limit and the buff limit.
That's huge.
So you're gonna be able to have as many buffs as your heart desires.
So not only are we having world buffs and raids, but the debuff limit's going away, which means that bosses will mount even quicker. I mean, you already kill a boss in Classic. Like, you say you're in Molten Core, bosses die within, like, what? 10, 20 seconds? Like, the dot will hardly have time to do more damage, but might shave an extra second or two off. I could see Ragnar's dying in like 30 seconds. That'd be funny. It's pretty massive for hunters and warlocks. I guess deep wounds as well. When I was playing warrior in classic, sometimes I'd rock up to raid in arm spec because I didn't want to respec after doing PvP. And you know, I couldn't rend. I basically just I couldn't mortal strike really. But I did because fuck it, why not? My guild was pretty casual. They didn't really care about debuffs that much. But it's pretty big getting rid of the debuff limit.
Yeah.
That's it felt really bad in Classic having classes that just couldn't use your abilities because it didn't do enough for other abilities. It would like take over deep wounds and stuff. So that's amazing. I think all like hunters and druids everywhere are going to be really happy.
Yes.
Warlocks casting dots in a raid?
Yeah.
What's happening here?
You
As someone who played a hunter throughout all of vanilla WoW, back then we didn't really min-max, so I did press Serpent Sting on pretty much every boss, and no one said anything about it. We had like 5 Serpent Stings up at one point. It was just the normal back in 2005. but yeah, in Classic, if you saw a Serpent Sting up, no. What are you doing pressing that button? Take that off your bar.
actually get to use your abilities. That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be very well, hopefully very, very well received.
It
With
should
the
be.
social aspects, like the world buffs, getting the
Mhm.
first ones is going to be one of the most exciting things on the realm. But that the social aspect of hardcore also leads itself to griefing. And I know a lot of people are encouraged to play the game their own way, but Blizzard has
Griefing.
been
Here we
cracking
go.
down on griefing as much as possible lately. So could you give us a little insight into how you plan to deal with griefing or kind of try to prevent it so that someone that's been leveling for like the last month doesn't just get deleted for something they could?
So,
That's awesome.
there's gonna be some official notification. So,
A lot of
I
people are
press
encouraged
my
to play the game
unmute
their
or
own
my
way,
mute
but
button,
Blizzard has been cracking down on griefing as much as possible lately.
and it skipped.
So could you give us a little insight into how you plan to deal with griefing or kind of try to prevent it so that someone that's been leveling for like the last
Terrible
month doesn't
keybind.
just get deleted for something they couldn't avoid?
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna talk about like specifically what we're gonna be doing for PvP.
Okay.
Because PvP, you know, other players sometimes are the main culprits that might that are
True.
of this kind of behavior, right?
Players are
So,
terrible
for
to each
example,
other.
we have been looking at different situations that have arisen, like for example, people right-clicking on a flight master and then like, oh, there was a rogue, they're surprised, now you're flagged. So the main thing is that we want to make that PvP interactions are 100% like something that the player wanted to engage on. So the first thing is like servers are gonna be PvE only, and the second part is that really
Man, that would have really went down. I can't mute my mic right now, so still probably picking up, but what is trying to kill me? Having the mute mic button on the skip forward button is painful, but PvE only server is good.
the only way that we want you to get flagged for PvP is by you typing flag to PvP, right? Like we don't want any like right-clicking into stealth characters or any of those behaviors. We're really going around and like looking and trying to fix all of those. So it's like something that the player actually has to go and ask for it. So I would encourage.
Fuck.
Also for anyone
Dude,
that goes
what
into
is gonna be the
PTR, if
thing
you
that
see
kills
some
me?
behavior that happened that is like, hey, I got flagged for PvP and I wasn't looking for it. Let us know also so we can also go in and add certain behaviors there. So that's one of the biggest ones that right now we're looking into. Kind of like PvP. It's because you want to, but we also want to encourage it for the people that are looking for that. So like I don't know if you have heard about like the duel to the death that it's coming up.
Baccarat.
That it's gonna be a very also very like conscious, a special kind of duel. You still can duel if you want like regular duels, but if you want to do one of these, it's gonna be with a very explicit I'm here because I want to kill you, you know. And like something really cool is like if you get to kill to defeat an opponent, you're gonna start getting a cosmetic buff, basically saying like how many people you have killed by like maybe
Nice.
an ear icon, maybe giving.
I doubt I will be dueling anyone to the death unless I get really bored. But it's just a fun little cosmetic thing, I think. I know there's some people, I was looking at Twitter, there's some people that want to do like tournaments and stuff for it. I think that's cool. But I doubt it will be something I engage in. I've never really, well, I thought I was good at PvP in WoW, 2010, around there, but I haven't really PvP'd in World of Warcraft since then, so it's not really something I really pushed for. Like the last few expansions I played, I didn't even do any arena or battlegrounds. It was just all PvE stuff. But going back to like the anti-griefing, pretty nice. So I'm guessing like flight masters will work differently. Because right now, some griefer will be sitting under a flight master. In stealth, they're like a level 1, and you right click to go on the flight master. Even though you should always left click interact in World of Warcraft. Always left click interact. It's the only way of doing it. I learned that. I learned that many years ago. Just do it. But you just lose your character there if you right click into a griefer, so that'll be good. Obviously the griefer will also be 1 life, but they're only a level 1, so they wouldn't even care anyway.
Even a reference to other games, so it's something that is coming up, but we want it to be something that is like very conscious. Same with battlegrounds, queuing for random battlegrounds is not going to be allowed, or it's going to be disabled. But if you still want to play against other players in Warzone and kind of have like a bloodbath in Warzone, go ahead, go do it. But you're going to have to do it via a war game, so you're going to have to find the group and duel them basically and get into the map. We have
The battlegrounds is disabled. Good, because yeah, obvious reasons. But you can still do them in war games. Will the war games delete your character? I'm assuming so, since they put it in the duel to the death category, but interesting. If you want to go out in style, I guess a 10v10 is one way of doing it.
We have also had other areas where we have like trying to reduce the griefing. Like Tim can talk to you a little bit about, for example, kiting mobs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That is huge. This is literally called Chitin Tiramis. And Tiramis. Honestly, I think Tiramis should just be disabled on hardcore servers. Just delete him from the game. But let's see.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
So like we all have seen the video of Taramis being kited from blasted lands to unsuspecting adventurers in Elwyn. And while that might be funny to watch as an observer, it's miserable as the actual person getting killed.
Yep.
So creatures will sort of respect zone boundaries, and we're building a system to prevent creatures from being able to be kited outside of blasted lands if that's the creature's zone of spawning. So that will be something that we're doing. I know Anna briefly touched on we're looking at quests one by one to see like was this a quest that flagged people for PvP unintentionally.
They might change the missing diplomat so Alliance can finally do it. That would be amazing. Because currently there's a quest in Classic WoW and Vanilla that you have to fight. I think it's an alliance faction, but your alliance, but you get flagged for it for some reason. I don't know. It just flags you for PvP, and I've seen some clips of like, you know, the person getting flagged because they don't know, because new players don't know that shit, right? And then a hunter will just jump out the bushes and start shooting at them, and they're level 60. It's like, ah. But that's pretty cool that they're making it so mobs will respect their zone. It'll still be... I guess you can still kind of kill people with that. Like if you find a mob that does an AoE in a zone, like Teramis will be the Scourge of the Blasted Lands for sure. But you know, even in the low level zones, if there's any like low level mobs that do AoE, like level 10 or so, pipe them into a level 1 area. There'll still be some griefing, I think, but maybe it will be harder to do because they're low level.
We're preventing that from being able to happen. Even quests where, like escort quests in particular, have been sort of targets for interference, and we're changing the faction templates on those creatures that are the escortee, so that they can't be pulled out of combat to screw with that person's experience doing that quest. Might ruin the fun for someone out there, but I think we're preserving the leveling experience. It's
Don't worry, Tim. I'm sure nobody cares about the griefer's experience of fun. If they're having to grief, they're probably a miserable person. So we don't care how they feel about it.
It's better for that person actually trying to do the quest in that circumstance. So
yeah, you mentioned there's some quests. You mentioned quests that have been notorious to get griefed, like in Westfall, the Defias Messengers already been fixed. But
they
there
did
are
fix
some
that one
quests
recently,
where there's things that you can't really do, like inside of Blackrock Mountain, the quest for like getting a key, or like potentially the Vadir Elixir quest for the Link quest, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys have any plans on adjusting those so they're possible to get done by players doing or playing on this realm, really?
100%. Those quests are already fixed so that they are
already fixed. That's good, because currently you're unable to get the Shadowforge key, the key to unlock Blackrock Deep. So if you don't have a rogue in your group, you're kind of screwed. I think you can do the dungeon without the key, but it just takes a lot of like maneuvering around the dungeon, and you know, without a rogue currently, it's like, why? And Vadir Elixir also kills your character in the Tanaris Graveyard. I remember doing that one on Classic WoW. I don't think I ever did it like back in Vanilla, but I did it on Classic because experience. And Guro is a lot of experience.
they're doable on hardcore without dying. Specifically, the Vadir Elixir quest for the Lincoln Ungoro line, instead of killing you when you drink it in the Gadget's End graveyard, it'll take you to like 1% HP and give you a near death experience, but you won't be dead. And so for the next 5 to 10 minutes, you'll be able to go north into the hills, just probably heal to full before you do that. So you don't get killed by a random scorpion or something. But under that aura, with that aura being active, you'll be able to talk with a quest giver there. And same with the Shadowforge key quest line for Blackrock Depths. You'll be able to gaze into the spectral fire in the corner of that room, and when you get that aura, you'll be able to interact with the quest giver without being dead. So
I don't know if there's any other quests that require you to be dead. I can't think of any. Those two are like the iconic ones, right? But the fact that they're fixed is good. I'm probably going to be playing a rogue anyway in hardcore, because I don't want other people to be responsible for my death if I die. Like, as a rogue, I can get out of jail free card everything, right? I can vanish, I can sprint, I can evasion. I got a lot of cooldowns. The combat tree is literally the most stacked tree in vanilla. Like, you look at the combat rogue tree and it's like, holy shit, how did they get so much? That class is broken. Maybe not as broken as mage, but I would say it's up there. Generally, I love warrior when it comes to vanilla, but I don't want to be having to tank dungeons as a warrior and someone else, my life right here in their hands. If they're the healer and they're like, I don't feel like healing right now, I'm just gonna AFK for a second, and then I die. So I'd rather play rogue. So I'm gonna play rogue, just so I don't have to deal with it. I might die still, but it's a learning experience. I've never played rogue in vanilla or classic, so it'll be something fun to do.
We're definitely looking at all the red flag quests that have been mentioned by the hardcore community.
This is a good change, though.
Doing our best to address every one of those. So
yeah,
those changes should be live on the PTR.
That was gonna cause so much frustration.
Yes.
There's two things that you mentioned that
Dude, Vidir Elixir is literally, if you're a new player and you don't know the game, like in and out, you're already at a disadvantage, right? If you don't know classic or vanilla, like the back of your hands. Like, even though I haven't really been playing, I played 3 months of classic, I still remembered everything that I knew from 2004, 2005. Like, all the quest locations, everything, they're just in the brain. I don't lose it. So, not knowing that Vidir Elixir will just instantly kill you if you're a new player is such a bad thing. So, thankfully, that won't happen anymore.
I don't want to gloss over too much on, but I wanted to. So you mentioned the mock raw potential system where you could also have like a cosmetic on your character showcasing your wins. I know the community has expressed like any interest in potentially looting the person you've defeated or anything like that, but
I don't know if we need to loot people. I mean, it would be kind of cool if you duel to the death and then you get the gear off their character. I think that would be funny. You can make a character that's just leveling and gearing up for mock garage, just looting your enemies. That would be a kind of cool challenge now that I think about it. But I doubt Blizzard will do that, even though the other character is technically dead and doesn't need the gear anymore. I doubt they would.
Seeing any sort of cosmetic, I think, is amazing. So the Makra is a very standard system where everyone has to opt into it, but you will still be able to normally duel, and you will get this cosmetic for as many wins as you get, right?
Yeah, only on the duel to the death. Like if you do a regular duel,
No
we're
one
not gonna be
cares about
counting
them.
those. Those are not real ones. But this one's yes, it's kind of like a hint of like, hey, look, I'm a very, very like really good opponent. So, that said, though, there's gonna be certain restrictions of like levels, because of course we believe that like in order for you to get a token, it should be like a fair match, right? And not like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna be dueling people that are level 1, kind of like those kind of restrictions. So we are adding some restrictions level
That's
wise.
good.
So it's a fair opponent that you're competing against.
Can't farm level ones.
Definitely something. I'm like super excited. Like I'm just excited to like when people get to like do the first tournament with Duel with the Dead. I'm gonna be like watching there with like eating popcorn and see like how it goes. Really excited.
Those tournaments,
she's a sadist.
There's a lot of plans in the works for doing tournaments.
Nice.
Wants to see the pain of the enemy.
You mentioned the PTR, and now everyone should know about PTR. Are there gonna be level restrictions on PTR held for tournaments at all, or is everything going to be available? And what are you guys looking out for anyone that's playing the PTR to report to you to help enhance the experience of the live realms?
And overall, like the main things that we are looking forwards for players are we're going to be especially on the looks of us. If there's any other new kind of griefing mechanics that you are
I kind of hope though, if they're gonna put a PTR out, obviously they kind of need to test everything. If they're not doing in-house testing, I hope they do bring it up to 60, because I think the 60 content is the most important, right? Like, sure, they can say that the Shadowforge key is in and it won't have to make you kill your character, but how do they know there's no bug to that if the player base isn't testing it? So, I guess we'll see.
Finding like we already talked about this quest, but if there's like a quest that we missed, or if there's also a different like way of like you got flagged for PvP. So those kind of behaviors, or like kind of like unfair deaths, because we are also adding certain mechanics to minimize what we deem as like unfair deaths. Like for example, disconnecting mid-flight, and then
Huge.
like you just die, like fall to your death.
I have had that before. It hasn't happened to me in recent WoW, but at one point in 2005, I was flying over Searing Gorge and disconnected on the flight path. My character didn't die, I just logged back in directly under where I was flying over in Searing Gorge. I was like level 20 something. I don't remember, but like around level 20. And I'm just like, I'm not meant to be here. Thankfully, there was no mobs around me, so it was kind of okay. I was just in the mountains somewhere, but I was able to hurf out safely. But yeah, those fall into your deaths on the flight paths and shit, that can definitely happen. I've seen it on some clips and stuff. It's scary because I don't want it.
Right, so we're adding some mechanics there to kind of like minimize those kind of things. So if there's certain behaviors like that, please let us know. That said, there's no plans, for example, if the whole servers go down and there's like certain situation like that. We also want players.
That's scary though. Blizzard's been getting a lot of DDoS attacks in recent, and like this week, like I think they've had 2 or 3 already. Just like my friends that are playing Diablo 4 have been saying. So if the whole server goes down, there's no plans to. That's pretty scary. But I mean, what are you gonna do? It's the current hardcore player base can have the same problem, right? If the server goes down, sure they have appeals, but at that point, it's like everyone fucking died, dude. Holy shit. I think I was actually watching Snacky one day, and he was in like Meriden or something, and the servers went down, and he logged back in and was fine, but the priest, I think, in his group had died during the crash. And it was just like, man, that really sucks. But the way that the hardcore lockouts are also working on the add-on, he couldn't do Meriden until the appeal was sorted out. So I think it sucked a bit more, I guess. At least with this official server, you can still do the dungeon. It will just take a day for the lockout to reset, right?
And everybody that wants to join this challenge to also kind of recognize.
But also, going back to like servers going down, I had that with Path of Exile. When I first played hardcore in Path of Exile, my first hardcore character was lost in Merciless Lab because of a server disconnect. And it sucked. I'm just like, I don't want to play hardcore anymore because of that. Like, losing your character outside of your control sucks. It's like yesterday when I died in P12S to auto attacks. Just like, man, I just didn't get healed for like, 5+ seconds. It's like, sure, the boss is at 3%, but can you heal me just once?
That this is a risk they're willing to take, right? Like getting into hardcore comes with risks, You might die to another player, you might die to the environment, but there's also some things that might be out of our control that also are out of our Blizzard control that we're not gonna
Yeah.
be able to bring back. So really, just keep an extra eye on that and but let us know
Pray
if
you
it's
don't
something
get
that like we can
DDoSed.
potentially add. Let us know.
Because Blizzard doesn't want to invest in DDoS protection.
And since you mentioned that and unfair deaths, and it seems like you're doing everything you can to minimize that, does that mean that there is going to be zero appeal system within the game? If anyone dies, they're just like, you've lost it. We're not rolling back anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That's correct. I mean,
No appeals.
we're
Appeals are
trying
for
to be
losers.
as proactive as possible to create systems like preventing creatures from being kited throughout zones. We mentioned that earlier, and the flight disconnect. Like if you ever dismounted from a taxi, the game will check whether or not you're in a situation where you would fall to your death, and if you would, then it will attempt to teleport you to the flight master that you started the flight path on. And if it
That's
can't do
good.
that, then it'll try to teleport you to the nearest graveyard. So
That could be spicy. Going to the flight master is good. Going to the nearest graveyard is potentially scarier. Imagine you're flying through Winter Spring for some reason. I don't think there's a fly through Winter Spring if you're going from like Foulwood to Orgrimmar. I think that goes down, but just bear with my imagination for a second. Imagine you're flying through Winter Spring for whatever reason, even though it doesn't exist. The graveyard is right next to a few mobs. So, yeah. There could potentially be some deaths to nearest graveyard ports.
You're correct. There's going to be no appeals process, but we're going to try to prevent those unfortunate.
But at least they're trying.
Deaths, proactively.
With the
It's better than
unfortunate deaths
Blizzard
kind of being
generally.
mitigated, I know a lot of the community has been seeing some raids happening lately where guilds or raids have been using petrification flasks
Here we
or
go.
bubble hearth, and there's some restrictions on the current
The very polarizing topic in the community right now, Petri Flask. I will give my take on it after we hear what they are saying about it.
hardcore like community, but is there going to be any restrictions for anything like that on the actual hardcore realm?
Yes.
Do you want to cover this, Anna? Or
Yeah, I can go on there. You can talk about the Pacific
sure.
Flask. Sorry, my tongue. Anyways, but there's gonna be certain class restrictions. So, for example, Ankh, of course, it's out of the question. But also, Bubble Heart, as known to the community, it's also gonna be disabled. Like we're not gonna allow players to kind of like use their mechanics in that kind of way. So, yep, those are gonna.
Hopefully along the same line of Bubble Hearth, because I have seen some mages pop down a portal when they're about to fight like a hard mob, right? And then if it gets too much for them, they just, I'm peacing, man. So hopefully mages get some restriction on that too.
Gonna be out of the question. We have done a very like big conversation about the petrification flask, and like Tim can give you more about like the logic that we have behind it too.
Yeah, sure. I think this is a brand new environment for players. The economy is going to be fresh, and on Era Realms, you have people who've been playing since 2019. You have people who were playing in Season of Mastery who have transferred, and there's less regulation, I think, in the hardcore community of resources being traded between each other. So that might be one reason why petrification flasks are so plentiful at the highest level right now, and we're going to be actively monitoring this. And
body language tells me they're keeping petrification flasks in.
Obviously listening to player feedback, but I think having very powerful tools, especially at the highest level when you've put so much time into your character, if you've saved up the resources and crafted a very powerful item that is relatively rare, I mean, Black Lotus will still be very hard to find.
That's true. I never saw one Black Lotus on Classic.
Then it's okay for you to have those types of tools. That's sort of the flavor of Classic, to have these sort of not oddball, but like they're very unique tools and consumables that you have. So yeah, to start off, there's going to be no changes to Petrification Flask or the leave party teleport out of dungeon mechanic, but we'll monitor that situation. We're just interested to see what the use case of Petrification Flask will be in a server with a brand new untainted economy.
That's fair.
Absolutely.
I don't mind petrification being a thing, right? Like, it's, as he said, in a new economy, no one will really have them. You're gonna have to wait months into the server to actually have a good stockpile, so your whole raid can't just petri and get out who found the dungeon. I think they're fine, but people need to be less trigger happy with using them. I think that's the biggest issue that petrification has right now, because basically it just makes you immune to damage for a minute. For those that haven't played Classic, haven't seen a petrification flask, and the dungeon leave timer is also a minute. So you leave your party, and then it goes to kick you from the dungeon, and then you press the petrification, right? And it's basically like a free get out of jail free card. But I think they're a fine tool to have in that situation, like he said. But you know, as the server goes on and on, there'll be a stockpile of them. So maybe a little less so then, like by the time people are doing next Ramus and stuff, everyone will have like 10 of them or something like that. I think the problem with them is the trigger happiness of the players, because they're a so plentiful thing right now. It also depends on like how phasing will work in hardcore. Like if you'll have different phases with different Black Lotus and stuff like that, then it'll be easier to get. So it's like it's a very polarizing thing. I think from a like casual looking in standpoint, they're fine, but maybe some like hardcore players are like, oh, petrification again, saved another raid. Because generally, without them, you would see the whole raid die, right? And people are like, oh yeah, the whole raid died. That's some juicy clips. People don't want to lose their hard work though, so I think it's completely fine, but at the same point, I think if they were used and then maybe incurred a longer cooldown, I think that may be a fix that is worth looking into, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I've just got 2 questions left for you guys because I know your time is really valuable. So thank you. There is currently within the add-on itself, one of the favorite things most people like is obviously the announcement system and seeing how people die or like their last words. Do you have—
Dude, the announcement system has probably made the hardcore add-on, like, that's probably the best part of it, honestly. Just watching, oh, a level 60 died. Like when I'm watching someone stream and it's like a level 60 died in Winter Spring or something like that. It's like, whoa, that's huge. Or say a level 60 dies in Molten Core and it's like, are more people going to die? Gets you intrigued a little bit. You're like,
Do you have any plans on implementing that, or would you encourage people to maybe keep the add-on for something like that?
We're implementing some announcements for sure.
Good.
Yes, so guild chat, whenever someone dies, if they're in your guild, you're gonna be notified about it. And then whenever someone gets to level 60, it's gonna be announced
Ifs in the
on
chat.
the server. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So only level 60 announced. She said when someone gets to level 60, it will be announced to the server, though. Does that mean when they die at level 60, it will be announced to the server also? Or because guild chat will have all the announcements for all the deaths, but not everyone's gonna be in the same guild, right?
Awesome.
There's gonna be some official notifications that are going around. Definitely, we had to have like a conversation of like, okay, do we really want to be like talking to everyone about like, hey, this person died in the whole server when they're level 2 died, Anna
Yeah.
died again at level 3, and then it's like, okay, sorry.
Yeah, no one
So,
cares about
definitely
anything
there's
that's
gonna be
too
like
low.
for that is gonna be more around the guild, and then for like getting to level 60 is like a super big feature that we want everybody to know about, right, and celebrate it.
With that, because that
That's
leads
fair.
perfectly, because that's a really exciting thing that you guys are adding. Is there anything else flavorful or exciting either of you two have specifically worked on, or either of you two are specifically excited about for the hardcore realms that you think people should like keep their eyes on?
I know.
mean,
I'm just.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead,
thinking
Anna.
because for me, my favorite is really the Duel to the Death and all like those like little things, and we already talked
Anna
about it.
just
So I'm
wants
just
to
like,
see
I'm just so
people
excited
die.
about it. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, I'm just really, really excited about hardcore and like just see how
She's
like
definitely gonna be
come in the
watching those
official
death
servers
clips
and
every
even in
day.
PTR, like just to go see that. Like, oh, the other thing too is that if you die, you become a ghost and you can still go back to the world as a ghost. So that's the second thing I know that I think about it. That's another thing I'm excited about is just see like, will people actually stay as ghosts and maybe create ghost community? Maybe there'll be like a guild that is full of
Ghost
ghosts or something
community.
and just roam around. I don't know. Maybe some RPs with like the little dots of the night elves just following each other. I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, maybe people will just be like, okay, I'm gonna go transfer to the era servers and continue my journey there if that's what they want.
Oh, you can do that. If you die, you can transfer your character to non-hardcore. That's. I like that though. You know, if people get attached to their characters and want to continue, it's what you can currently do with the hardcore add-on anyway. Because I know that there's been some like level 60s that have died in the hardcore add-on and then transferred off to like go do PvP or whatever, just whatever you feel like. So I think that's fine.
But like really excited to see if there's gonna be any ghost communities. Maybe I don't know.
I think I'm like, for me,
I will
you
not
know,
be hanging out with
a
the
lot
ghost
of what I've worked
community.
on for hardcore is revolved around just
Don't plan on
improving the
dying.
quality of life of quest content, making sure people don't get flagged unintentionally, and so just seeing people have a good time that is uninterrupted, and not being sort of negatively impacted by people wanting to ruin their experience. I think that'll be the greatest success for me to see. I'm also just excited to play. Like the community in hardcore is so supportive and fun to be around, even if failure is imminent.
Sometimes it depends what part of the community he's talking about. The Twitch chat part of it, not so supportive. Like, no, is he gonna die today?
It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Tim. Thank you guys so much for taking the time out of your day to share
Good
all this
interview.
information and for putting like, it's so exciting to see when like the people working on the game love to play it and are excited to do like get to experience what they've been working on. So thank you guys so much for taking the time today.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Sarth. It's
thank
been a
you.
pleasure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really nice meeting you.
Really, really nice to meet you. I'll see you at BlizzCon, hopefully.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah, BlizzCon's happening again. I'll give that video a like. Forgot about that because it's been like 3 years or something. I think that's a pretty good interview, though. I mean, I think this one, this point, the Solo Southbound and restrictions point will probably be the biggest talking point with the community, especially when it comes to PTR testing, right? If they don't like something, they should probably push for it. But Solo Southbound it's not really needed. I think it's a more personal restriction. If that's what you enjoy, then go for it. I don't know how I feel right now because I would love to play the hardcore experience that the add-on is currently given, which is SSF, right? So no trading, no mail, no auction house, stuff like that. So I may just, when I play, I may just do SSF even if it's not in the game because I don't want to get... The thing for me right now is with the system, the way that they're implementing it, you could like log in level 1 and say you've got a level 60 with a bunch of 16 slot bags that it's not using. Trade them to your level 1, right? And kit it out. it's ready to go for the whole game. Obviously, that's a risk because you risk losing the 16 slot bags if you die, but you've probably also given it some big gear upgrades, like some twink enchants and stuff like that. So there's definitely some flaws in the system with the current way they're thinking about it, but if you could like tighten up that restriction just a little bit, it doesn't need to be complete. Just a little bit of tightening, I think, would make it perfect. Because it is fun. It would definitely be better if you can like group with people for elite quests compared to what it is now when you have to solo them. Because, you know, solo and more Lardum or someone like that, it's not that fun when all you're doing is jumping over a fence and kiting them with like throwing daggers and stuff like that. That's boring as hell. Doesn't really prove that you're skilled or anything. I would rather just get a group of people to go and nuke them down, right? Because it's basically the same thing, just without the fence. Doing your whirlwind weapon in a lake, not that skillful. Stuff like that. But I think for the most part, this is pretty good. Like the dungeon lockouts is good for casuals and hardcores. The level 60, not being able to group with lower levels is great. World buffs is fine. Debuff limit is huge. Griffin and Tiramis changes pretty good. You can actually do quests that require you to die. And I think Petri Flask will always be a polarizing topic, but it is what it is. I think that's a good video. It was a good interview. Let me go over here and chilling for raid. Back to Final Fantasy. Go. I haven't done a React Dandy for a while, so I might have been bad at it, but I think I'm still okay. You know, I do a lot of pausing because that's just the way I like doing things. My React content is similar to the person that I watched react the most, Asmongold. I will pause and talk about my feelings. It's just the way it is. Alright, so we got 50 minutes until raid now. That video was like an hour and 10 minutes for me. It was like a half-hour video, so that can give you any insight on how much I like talking about stuff. Yeah. I'm considering actually making a video on my thoughts when it comes to like the hardcore servers. Like an actual WoW thought out and scripted video, because like I said, I'm someone that hasn't really played a lot of classics, so my opinion probably doesn't matter to a lot of people in the classic community, but I have watched a lot of streamers play it, and I have also done a lot in real vanilla. So I think my thoughts are valid. I remember last time I tried to make videos for the classic community, they got all mad at me because I was saying, hey guys, no news is good news, right? When Blizzard isn't talking to us, it means good things. And it did eventually mean that. But because of me saying that, they really hated what I had to say, because they're emotional beings. Anyone that plays Blizzard games gets pretty emotional from time to time. It's just the way it is with that game and the people that play, I guess. Might do a Frontline real quick while we're chilling and chatting. Get the last of my... Why am I naked? The hell? I don't want to be naked, dude. It is not even the right ring. I forgot I upgraded my chest and earring. Like, wait, why am I naked? That doesn't make sense. Also, PTR is coming out within the next 24 hours, I think. Maybe a little bit more than 24 hours for the hardcore stuff. I probably won't be playing it. I don't have an active sub. I don't know if you need one, but I'm not gonna subscribe to play a PTR. It's not my game right now, is it? But I do plan on playing some hardcore classic in the future. Who knows, maybe World of Warcraft will become my main game again. I love Final Fantasy, but there are... After you've played Final Fantasy for like 3 years, there are blemishes that definitely show in this game. Damn, we got 3 Dark Knights on our team. Let's go. Like, in my party. 3 Dark Knights. We got the shitty map, though. Let's go this way, team. But we should wait for them to all go down there and hope that, you know, yellow goes down. Alright, Mr. Axolotl went down and just decided to jump into the enemy. We're definitely going to get sort of pinched. See? I knew that would happen. So I was like, man, I hope my team waits until like both of them are fighting to come down here. Nope. There was 0 patience. It is what it is. I'll just collect a few points. Maybe we can get a few kills here and there. Though I doubt it. Haha, I got the heal off. Don't fight me, yellow, fight blue. We're in trouble. I just turned sprint off. Follow me, blue. Alright, now they'll fight each other. It's a big node for us. It was just such a bad engagement. It was always going to be a bad engagement for us. Why did we decide it was okay to go down there? This one works out for us better. If blue hits yellow, knowing how things work, maybe they won't. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna heal up now. I said don't mind me. Blue didn't even, like, destroy yellow. Man. You know, I've never won this new battleground. This Fields of Glory remake. I've never won it. I used to win it all the time. I think it sucks. Where's Changeover? I'm just gonna go PvE a little bit. I'll do a little PvE because I don't think I'm winning any PvP anytime soon. I'll rock over here, boys. Don't forget, I'm gonna get my mana back so I can damage myself while PvEing. It's just the way Dark Knight works. Interesting class. Because of these small rocks, though, we're sort of... I mean, blue is just farming that big one, but we're sort of catching up to yellow. Maybe that's our goal now, to get second. Let me PvE these rocks down, though. Holy. That guy's doing the same thing. Alright, there's a middle biggie. Hopefully we go get the middle biggie. That one's kind of important. Although blue's already here. Silence that man. He's dead. I think he did get silenced, which is huge on a Dark Knight. If you silence a Dark Knight, they're done. Snipe some people. Wow, I didn't even manage to kill him. He had like 2 health left. Unlucky. It was massive unlucky. I need some mana. Gonna pull back from this for a second. Blue's fighting yellow up above us. Kinda good for us, because it's a battle for second now. We already gave up on winning. Nice. Got a little battle going on over here. I grabbed him, he grabbed him. There's a lot of grabbing going on. Alright, as long as we don't get destroyed here, we might actually be looking at some okay points. Blue is gonna, yeah, they're gonna push in behind us, perhaps. I'm gonna go kill this summoner. Just one shot him, easy. What did I say? Easy one shot. Silence the Dark Knight. Alright, so we got blue. Blue is a little bit in here. Gotta be wary of them. I don't want to like push up on them because they're all over there, right? Right, that guy even-tided. If we AoE on him, it will fade eventually and then he's up. I don't know why blue left. We won't find them. Maybe yellow were behind them. Oh well, it is what it is. We'll take the 3 points. That caught us up quite a bit. Now there's a big lad in the middle again. Go get the big middle lad. Gonna be a massive war here. Need to get blue off the point somehow. I'm asleep. I mean, we did manage to get blue off the point. Semi-decently as well. Pretty good. Shit, I might die. I've somehow got a Dragoon destroy me even though there's no one close to me. Classic. Just getting range down from afar. I wonder if I can do anything to these spots over here. I'm guessing blue will probably be around there, but if I can snag some points, that'd be pretty good for us. Just because there's a big one spawning up there, we need it. Go away, Mr. Machinist. You tried. Okay, you can have it now. Bye. A team's here. We can roll up on them, team. I was just running away because there was like too many. But I don't know if the rest of the team is committed to that. Few kills there. He's going up in the air. Alright, fine, we leave. Surely no one follows me down here. Why would they? We are somehow in the lead. I don't know how we managed that. Yellow will score a lot here, I think. And blue might get some. Yeah. Pretty close game. And there's a big one spawning down here. I kind of feel if we grab this, maybe we're better off. Hold them back a little bit. They are chasing. They're coming for our booty. Alright, yellow and red are, not yellow and red, yellow and blue are just engaged in a battle now for some reason, which is actually kind of good for us. Wow. Dragoon fell on my head. It's gonna be a close one. Better than the last few games of this map though. Like if it's close, it's still a lot better than most of them. Okay, so blue have another 100. We have 50 more here. Yellow's currently killing to score points. We need literally a kill. We just gotta grab someone. I think. Yeah, we won. Nice. I did love PvE. Someone literally just linked their Twitch in the chat as well. It's cringe, dude. No one wants to watch your Twitch. I always hate that kind of self-promotion. Like, sure, you gotta promote somehow, right? Like, I never really have. Why I don't really have many watching, but I just find that so cringe that people just post it in an online video game chat when no one asked. It's like you gotta respect the shamelessness sometimes, but at the same point, ew. So the first thing I'm gonna tell my static when we start raiding in half an hour is, you remember that 1% wipe we had on P9S yesterday? I was 100 DPS ahead of where I had to be for a 99 percentile. I just want to make them feel bad. I know a dancer was like, I don't want to talk about it, but mate, it was my 100 percentile. I want to talk about it. Not 100, 99. Oh, Jesus. I was like 1,000 DPS behind a 100 percentile. The 100 percentiles are insane. Like, I don't even know how they're doing that. They're doing like 10k DPS. Obviously, just really amazing crit variance and Biskia, but 10,000 seems like a lot for a tank, especially after a stat squish. We're probably gonna need another one. Like, how much were tanks doing at the end of Shadowbringers? Like around 10,000, right? Maybe 12,000 max? Maybe a little bit more if you're like a good player, but it seems really close. I think tanks might just be doing too much damage right now because the only like changes to tank damage this expansion have been buffs. They haven't nerfed tanks. But we're doing so much more than healers are right now. So I think tanks are just doing a little bit too much damage because DPS seem to be in an okay spot, right? They went from like 20k DPS last expansion to like, 17 or so now. That's pretty good. But tanks are going over 10k already. It's like, maybe that's a little bit too much. I guess it's something that that Square will have to sort out in 7.0 though, right? They're not going to do anything about it right now. We are also tome capped. Heck yeah. So I'm probably done doing PvP for this week. 2 wins. I had 4 wins in a row and then 3 losses. And I've now had 3 wins in a row because I believe I won on my ult yesterday as well. Pretty good. 44.4% win rate. Not bad, not bad. So now we're just chilling before the raid starts. I'm kind of excited about, even if the hardcore servers are a little bit shy, I'm probably still going to play them for a little bit because my Battle.net account has like $60 Australian on it right now, and I can't move it to New Zealand account, like New Zealand dollars, because it would delete the $60 Australian. So I think even if hardcore is not, what the community fully wants, I think it will still be worth playing just casually or something. Just for a little bit of fun outside of raiding in Final Fantasy, because after I clear the Savage tier, I definitely do plan on burning out on Final Fantasy. It's just something that I plan on doing, trying to clear all 5 of the ultimates. I want to burn out completely, so I don't, I don't want to play it for like a few months. Have a little break from it, but have everything done before 7.0. My current plan, we'll see how it goes. It depends on how fast like the ultimates and stuff are though. Like if I'm able to clear them in a relatively nice time, like not taking 6 months per ultimate, because I don't have 6 months per ultimate. I think I want top to take the longest, but also I don't want it to because it's like the most miserable one from just watching, honestly. But we'll see. I at least want to get 3 done. If I can't get all 5, at least 3. Like UU Carbon T should be pretty easy to do within like the year and a half we probably have before the expansion. But we shall see, Might take my character over to Baomeng already since I'm not doing anything. Talking make me tired. I hope that our P11 Reclear is good. Like yesterday's P11 was quite scuffed. Honestly, a lot of our Reclears were scuffed yesterday. even the ones my ult did well, like our P9 was scuffed on there, even though I got a 95. P10 was pretty good on that one, because I got a 97, which I would have done better if I was allowed to survive on my main, but just dying to stupid was like... And it's not even my stupid. The thing is, man, I just died because I was forgotten about. Like that is the worst death, right? When there's nothing you can do about it. Like I was saying with the hardcore interview that we watched earlier, like dying to something that's outside of your control just feels so bad. And I know Blizzard isn't ever really gonna care about like DDoS protection. So, you know, if the whole server goes down and everyone just starts dying, well, that is what it is. But I also think appeals are lame, so I'm kind of okay with it. I think if I was to die, no matter what, even if it's outside of my control, I probably wouldn't appeal the death. Because why? I mean, I can make content out of it if I don't appeal it, right? Like, oh no, my internet died and I died, and then content can complain about it for a few days and it's still fresh and funny. If I was to appeal that death, it would be like, oh, he got his character back? That's lame. No content there. But it's all good. We'll see what happens though, because, you know, like I said, the community should fight for the things that they care about. And I know the current people that are like running, I don't know if it's like, I'll say it phrase, it's like gating. Like gatekeeping, yeah, gatekeeping. The current hardcore community might be gatekeeping the rule set, right? Because they don't want people that want to trade and all that playing with them and stuff like that. But, you know, if you're trading within like a level range and stuff like that, I think it's fine. That would definitely do a lot to help. Rather than just a level 60 being able to hand me down to like a level 20, just give him all the twink items that he just bought from the market or the auction house. Like that definitely hurts the spirit of the game a little bit, but it also depends on how you want to play it. Like it's an individual decision, right? But, I mean, you'd be a weirdo for like min-maxing while leveling though. No doubt. I guess we will see what happens. We'll have to wait until the P Tower comes out and see how people feel about everything. I'm sure all the content creators that are going to be playing PTR will test what they can get away with when it comes to trading and maybe make a case towards Blizzard that this shouldn't be a thing. But I'm also just really intrigued in like the hardcore side. Like without the restrictions. Because, you know, if you want to buy a mount at level 40, really hard to do with the current solo southbound thing. You can't use the market or the auction house. Sorry, I keep calling it market board. I'm a Final Fantasy player now. You can't use the auction house and you can't trade, so quite hard to get money. Which means that you probably are unlikely to get a mount at level 40, right? So I guess that would fix that. But I don't mind having to like farm turtles on a beach and skin them for a few hours to get my mount. That's what I did in original vanilla. Just ran down the beach in Dustwallow Marsh and farmed turtles. Skin them, sell the meat, sell the skins. I think the like pristine turtle shells or whatever they are, they're like 20 silver each, and that was huge. Doesn't feel like a lot of money, but 20 silver in vanilla is quite a bit. Especially when you're level 40. The rotten bear carcasses in Ashenvale, that was also like massive money when I first got to Ashenvale. I was like farming bears. Because RuneScape was my first MMO experience. I say MMO, I don't really count it as one, but I did join a clan, so... I mean, I did some MMO gaming in it, I would say. So, my ability to grind back then was... You know, it was pretty high. So when I first found something that was lucrative, I would do it. Even if it didn't make sense. My first day playing World of Warcraft, like my first night, before I logged out, I spent 2 hours fishing in Darnassus. Like, I could be running around, having fun, playing this new game, exploring this new land. But instead I got to like level 10. And I sat in Darnassus and just fished for 2 hours and then went to bed and I was happy. Like, man, that's awesome. Even though fishing is like one of the worst things in World of Warcraft. It was new and exciting. So, it was all good. Now I probably wouldn't be able to do that. That would be a hard sell right now. I would probably I don't even know if I leveled fishing in Classic. Kinda impossible to check because none of my characters show up on Armory anymore. But if I did, I did. If I didn't, who cares? I mean, I'm not playing it. I did like my little gnome warrior with her grey pigtails because grey is better than pink. Doesn't matter what the gnome players say, pink ponytails suck. The grey ones are the best. Especially when you get the unpainted Mechanostrider and then the white Swift Mechanostrider. That really goes with it. Funny, I was watching my clip of when I bought my mount in Classic yesterday. So when I first got to like level 40, I think May gave me like maybe 10 gold or something to get it immediately. Nice guy, May. And then I went down to grab it and everyone in chat was saying red because it goes faster and stuff. But honestly, the red is like orange and yellow. It doesn't even look red. So it looked like gross. I'm just sitting there like unpainted. I'll have it for quite a while. And now looking back at it, I just ran straight for like a week after I hit 60. I only had that mount for like a month, not even a month, a week and a half. I'm pretty sure I had it for a week and a half. So I'm like, a while. I'm not so sure about that. And I bought my Edge Masters before I bought my Epic mount. Strat Undead was pretty good to make money in, honestly. I ran so much Strat Undead that week. I lived in there. I basically was paying rent in Strat Undead. Funny. But I think that's enough WoW talk for now. We're playing Final Fantasy. Got a raid to do. I should probably also write in my stream title that I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing some real life stuff tomorrow. There won't be a stream. Once again. Real life stuff gets in. But you gotta do it. My grandma's heading back to the North Island this weekend. I think actually on Saturday, so I'll go visit her again tomorrow. Give her a hug before she leaves, you know. Because for me, it's like you don't know how many times or you know how far away the next visit will be. Especially when people get older. So you make a little bit of effort, enrich their life a little bit, give them some good memories. Thumbs up, that's life. Basically, that's life in a nutshell, right? Just make everyone's life better by being the best person you can be, hopefully. There's some people out there that don't live by that. They want to be the biggest asshole they can be, but it is what it is. That isn't me. Even though there's some people that probably think I am. Just because I don't want to suffer their idiocracy. You know? I'm just trying to have the most fun I can and let other people have the most fun they can, as long as they're willing to work with me when it comes down to it. Then we're all good. If not, that's when issues start. And that's when I'll pull away from people, right? It's similar to raiding. Like, you know, I like raiding with different people. I'm definitely gonna be looking into doing a lot more like helping in the future when like I've cleared this tier. But if there's ever someone that doesn't really appreciate the help or whatever, and you just know, it just feels weird. It's just like, why am I even here? So, we'll see. That's just how I want to live life. Have fun. Add to fun. All that good stuff. We have 13 minutes until raid, man. It takes so long. I hate waiting for raid. I hate waiting for things. Hopefully, though, today we don't suck at P12 so much. Like, I don't know. The freaking last raid we were there on Monday. Tuesday, rather. It was Monday in America, that's why I said Monday. My Tuesday. We were terrible at that fight. Like, we could not get past phase 1 to save our life. Even, we had a 0.6% wipe. I'm just like, man, that is absolutely bad. Because all that needed to happen in that 0.6% wipe was one of the tanks surviving. But both of the tanks got sideswiped by the healer running in front of us. If the healer had killed anyone else that wasn't a tank, I think we would have been fine. Because like, Mickey and I can probably do 0.6% damage in 20 seconds, surely. We can give it a go at least. But we didn't have the option to give it a go because we just got absolutely annihilated. Alright, 10 minutes, but I am invited to the party. Ooh. Although I think he's on the wrong character, so we might need to I need to switch that around. We still do have P11 to do on the second group. Hopefully we just go in and one-shot it, honestly, it would be nice. Just before the raid starts though, I'm gonna quickly go toilet, so I'll be back in like... just a few. Whoa, was that an ostrich? Big ostrich. Can't even write like P12 Prog. Because we're not there yet. We've got to do P11 first. Alright, he's swapping to his ult, so he knew. Just me and Mr. Sirioni. I've seen him in Xenos' chat. I know he's a Xenos sub because one time he posted a Xenos emote in my chat. But I've seen the name in Xenos' chat as well. It's always funny when you're like watching Twitch and you just notice that someone's there that you know. It's like, oh, that guy. I wish I knew more people in the Twitch sphere, but we'll get there, hopefully. Gotta put myself out there a bit more, you know. Get to know some streamers that are around my level of viewership and all that, and followers. And build something together, perhaps. Because that's always the goal, right? There's the Final Fantasy stream community is quite hard to crack into because it's like a high school. So you got all the cool kids that hang out with all the cool kids. And then there's, you know, the medium kids that are like, sometimes the cool kids will come hang out with them, and the nerds try to like hang out with them, and then the nerds like us, we're just down here just hanging out with ourselves. We've got to elevate all the nerds to the cool kids club. Because it's Final Fantasy directory is tiny. The 14 directory is small as hell. It is just a high school. But you know, you got the prom king and queen at the top of the standings, and everyone else is just like hoping for some scraps. Just let some crumbs drop upon me. But it's all good. Obviously, it's more fun to stream when you've got a chat that's moving, right? Sometimes there's hours that go by and I'll sit there talking to myself, and I know I have the capability of doing it, but whenever like a message pops up, it's just so much better. Like, it makes me feel like there's someone there out in the world listening to it. And it's like, whoa, I get to have a conversation with a person instead of with myself. But it's just one of those things you got to deal with when you start streaming. And having started streaming like 3 times before, I know all about it. It's not something that discourages me. But I do know every time there's a message, it feels much better. Like, your day feels better when a person types. Oh, they're watching, they care. But I am a giant lurker in other people's chats. Like, whenever I'm scoping out the situation to see if, like, there's a new stream that I like watching, there's a new streamer that I'm gonna watch in the future, I will, like, just lurk in their chat. Just for, like, a week or 2 before I even think about saying hello. And then once I say hello, I'm like, back to lurking, I'm scared. I'm shy. So I get it. Sometimes it's a rough world. We do what we do, though. Let me put that in town. Put that in safe. Dude, I love that. I love that part of the message. Hello. Wait, you should be in order. Balmung is spreading. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't unmute Discord when I jumped into it. Holy shit, that conversation that I walked into. This is the one time where I'm glad I didn't unmute Discord on my Twitch immediately. Glad I made that button. You on holiday, Neri? Also, you know that 1% wipe we had yesterday on P9? Don't want to make you guys feel bad or anything, but I was 100 DPS ahead of where I needed to be for a night. Deleted. Yeah. Dying to those orders was tragic. Like, this is a scary tower, so I'm already going to be taking a lot of bleed damage, but then I also have autos. It's like, oh. True. I think last night was just upsetting all around. Like, my ult has better passes than my main now. Help. Yeah. P10 on my ult is a 97, my main's only like a 90. Let's just go back though again. Better get some, boy. You don't gain damage from mind as a caster, do you? It's just healers. Good old square. They should let you gain just a tiny bit. Like a half of a DPS at an intellect would get. Maybe it's time to make a link shell. Yeah. Every link shell I've ever like clicked into has been automatically filled with people that are actually on. I think it just works better than the friends list, but it might still have some issues because of like the cross-server stuff. Oh, he's on holiday. What in the world? Wow, in the chat. I never know about those, eh? Because they're pretty easy generally. Damn, 75 gil. Dude, you're minted. 75? Had a friend. It must have been a good night. Yeah, but he got the most out of it, I guess. That's why he had a friend. Oh. You don't need to pay for that. Hey. Dude, I simp for barbaration. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dude, I wish I was around. I would have taken the money and run. I would have been like, see ya, you got dominated. Well, that's why he said he had a friend. We're not degenerates. We don't know anything. Alright, lad. I stretched my arms up and suddenly my body was like, no. My fetish is losing 99s. Last night was so good, man. Yeah. So, oh yeah. I'm finished. I know, you can't win with degens. No matter how degen you think you are, there will always be someone that's worse. Holy. XFFing. It's like the money you start it. He just got the boat off. Just got off the boat in Limsa. Mage. It's too much work. Too much work. Nice. Why not? I have.
Quivers in anticipation.
My RP on JP, it's so good. Yeah, man. They go the extra mile. Well. Our scholar forgot to shield. Good start. Alright, that didn't happen.
My heart quivers in anticipation.
It would have been so sad if I crit the double down on that though. Sounds like a drug. I was just trialing the cocaine.
Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Hell yeah.
Now to take your measure.
No, we're talking about submarines. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm spending money on the missile. Darksteel was cringe.
These magics are not for you to wield.
that tick was a little bit slow. But it's okay because I also drifted my stuff.
Warriors forged in my own image. Now to take your measure.
Be it be. Hey, the boss was in a weird place. He was leaping from some weird place.
For victory!
Put yourself in the right group.
Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Oh yes, my favorite.
Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Hands are a bit cold, honestly. I didn't really notice when I was reacting to things, but now, now that I'm actually playing the game, it's rough.
I am the emissary, and I shall never die.
Same C, opposite B. Opposite. Yeah, I got one over here, Corroder.
For victory! Now to take your measure. Will you be judged worthy to exist?
Nice. I hope I don't.
For victory!
I mean, we got the tank buster coming, so it should be okay. Yep. Which is good because I'm a bit past you and Fred. Like, I hope it doesn't happen.
How transcendent.
I just not get healed for that first one. I definitely mitigated that. Yeah.
Now to take your measure.
Going to my spot.
darkness consume.
Hopefully, gets there. I guess that works.
For victory!
Good luck, mate. Yeah. 2 minutes would be nice, actually. What are 2 minutes?
MS himself could do no better.
Glad I didn't really have to move. Holy shit.
These magics are not for you to read.
I'm kind of glad we wiped.
Beyond!
Because I died to the tank buster. It's okay. Can't believe I've been murdered again. I'm okay with dying there, guys. Big. Yeah, I noticed you were behind on the 2 minute. Like, wait. That was a bit slow. Yeah. 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 No Mercy does the same with this shitty speed. Hell yeah. I wouldn't mind. Can I have, like, family money? I'll check the tape. Checking the tape right now. Definitely be checking why I died to that buster. I've mitigated as I usually do. Crit!
My heart quivers in anticipation.
An okay opener, no direct hits, but can't win them all.
Now to take your measure. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Use Aurora because we have it. Slow down.
Now to take your measure. For victory!
I think my keyboard's picking up a little bit more on my microphone with my current settings. I don't mind it though, I think it adds to the flavour.
These magics are not for
I
you
will
to
stay right here, thank you boss. Of course that one didn't crit. That one would have been a nice crit. We got the blast though.
Warriors forged in my own image.
Where I am going?
Now to take your measure.
I'll be going C. And I will be staying here.
For victory!
A little bit of clip. Getting easy every time.
Will light embrace or darkness consume? Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Getting that extra range on continuation is actually pretty good for jumping in and out of that. You just gotta trust the oceanic player to be there.
I am the
Team C, opposite B.
shall never die.
Opposite.
For victory! Now to take your measure. Will you be judged worthy to exist? For victory!
That one just does no damage, okay. Whatever game.
Now to take your measure. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
He's Albion.
For victory!
Hopefully we don't suck. God, there's so much mit. Where did it all come from? I'm also drifted a little bit, but whatever. So I'm going to double down here. Leader of the Lord.
Could do no better. These magics are not for you to read. Power from beyond.
I'm not even gonna wait for potion here, even though it might be better to wait for potion.
Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Kill time's a bit awkward for us, but whatever. Oh, I got that last finger. That was a good kill though. He's hype. Our monk's hype. He got hit hard. Huge. Let's open my P12S notes. $45. Yeah. Such a loot whore. I need one. Yeah, I need one. Eely. Bigger leaving. I think our kill time was just bad for fasting that. Because it right is 2 minutes. Yeah. A good kill, but bad kill time. Wait. Yeah, like 10:30 would be Prog, because we drifted a bit. I got my twine. I'm barefoot right now. Oh, 658. Holy. I'm gonna be pretty done with gear next week. Like, I'll get my ring next week, and then I'll upgrade it. I'm pretty sure I'll be 660 well, yeah, I'll be 660 eye level next week. Don't know what I'm doing with these paints, but we'll find out. You should throw it back instead of throwing it down. Dude, they always ignore my degen. I've seen so many degen comments that get ignored. P12S. Alright, I gotta add no stream tomorrow to the title. Yeah. He's also the guy who was trolling when we were doing our hunt train on day one of the thing. He was like, he was like spamming locations that didn't have a mob and people were flying off to them. Dude, I'm huge. Feet. Done. Damn. That's pretty good. I'm surprised I was able to get that twine actually. I thought one the DPS would have wanted it. That's cool. I would claim the new Paladin opener as well, because I did it before anyone figured it out, but then I didn't tell anyone, so it's not mine. Yoink. Never give a YouTuber an idea. Dude, I'm huge. That's why it should die so fast. Sorry. I'm a little tired this week still. Not been a great week for sleeping. Liar.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest! From nothing I mold life.
True.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Another week of gear fighting Athena. DPS is not going to be an issue, so hopefully people focus on mechanics. I will stand right here then. I thought he was too. Dark Knight appearing.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Say good night. Enian. Going right, aim left. Yeah. I said to myself going right, aim left, and then I went right.
Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
I stood in the wrong place. For some reason I continued to go right. Oh well. This is a practice pool.
Silent vessel, I give voice.
Gonna do a few GCDs back here. We need that guy real fast. Yeah.
This is but a glimpse of a god's strength.
I got a critical direct double down for 55k. With death. Red right, blue left.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Over here. Just trying to remember, I haven't had this one for a while. Almost forgot what 2 and 4 had to do. I haven't had it in so long.
7 hours to the pinnacle of the heavens. The world shall tremble.
Sure.
Such a singularly resolute soul. You cannot escape my eternal gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
This might hurt.
Miscalculations are inevitable.
Scared.
Vexing.
Might be a bit behind on damage now, but like I said, it's a practice pool. We'll see.
Shine brilliant for me. To silent vessels, I give voice.
Yep.
What arrogance to
Got like one auto after this. We know the fight now. I threw. Told myself to go left and I went right.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
Just when you see the tank buster casting, I think.
From nothing I mold life.
Yeah.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is a good game. I love when I don't have to move. Feels good, man. GCD lined up perfectly for that shoe.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Alright, don't troll myself. Going right. I am right. Tower. It's literally impossible to troll this time.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Holder swaps.
Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
Say good night. Cross.
Silent vessels, I give voice.
Be a respectful guy.
This is but a glimpse of a
Holy
god's
shit, my rotation isn't butchered. Not having great RNG though. I think I go for the safe play. Read right, blue left.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Ain't no one able to push so far. I'll get the rate, but I won't have. Unless you're up for it. Yeah, you'll be fine. You can do.
The 7 elves to the pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble! Such a singularly resolute soul.
Drop stance if you want it back.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact. Miscalculations are inevitable, but vexing.
Yes. Extremely vexing. I think with full best you can skip 2B. Maybe even, I don't know about 2A. I think that would be quite hard.
To silent vessels, I give voice.
It's alright, mate. I think we both LV'd at the same time there. That's unfortunate. I think we pressed LV at the same time because my animation, his animation went off, but I got locked. That was a throw. We did that last week too.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. From nothing I mold life.
95,000.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
We can just kill on this one. Please. Holy shit. I said please, so they probably know something's up. Yeah. I mean, our DPS is pretty clear by the percentage that we're at, that we are a few ahead. That was quite a large double down. Going left, I am right.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
Tower.
Silent vessels, I give voice.
I am the chill. Holy shit.
This is but a glimpse.
I delayed my GCD there, but just to line up perfectly. I don't care. Red right, blue left.
Behold such power as you
And
will
one.
never wield.
I think Corroda dies too, maybe?
The 7 elves to the pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble! Such a singularly resolute soul. You cannot escape my eternal gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact. Miscalculations are inevitable, but vexing.
Right. Holy shit, this is amazing. If we kill here, this is gonna be huge. Please kill.
Giant give voice.
Look, I died on the platform.
Could my theories have been flawed? Although I wish so
It was funny,
ardently. But perhaps with the heart of Sabik. Yes, the flaws are not mine. This misbegotten world is to blame.
I need a log from that kill.
Only the hands of a god can fix it. My hands!
Make sure you hit the boss.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Oh yeah, the plunge opener. When I was saying, can we kill it this fight, please? Because I crit for 95k.
I can create worlds or
He's
unmake
done it
them.
again.
I will not be denied.
Ba, 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 ba. Only 91? Game. Hard to compete now. Are they both the same? Those videos? I'm watching a video real quick. You'll hear a voice in the background.
Their heads. This is super important for resolving the mechanic correctly later. At the end of the cast, 4 players will receive an Atmos faction wind debuff, and the other 4 will receive a Pyrofaction fire debuff. All players will also receive stacks of close caloric. Note that winds will receive 2 stacks and fires will get 1 stack. Every time you move or take part in a damage split, you will gain a stack. At 5 stacks, you go boom and the raid will wipe. The goal of this mechanic is to get each fire into a 2-man stack with a wind, resolve the 4 stacks that occur, and then have the 4 non-wind players move away from their wind partners into 2-man stacks with the other players as the winds resolve for circular AoEs around each targeted player. In order to solve this mechanic, we have the group spread into pre-assigned positions in a hexagon shape, with the 2 players marked during the cast bar in the middle. You can have fixed positions for this, and if you are marked, you go in, and someone in the middle will come and take your spot. Then, the 2 outer wins, as a note, this is not random, those 2 pre-marked players in middle will always be marked with a win. So the 2 outer wins will rotate to stack on their closest clockwise fire player. If there is a wind in their closest clockwise position, they will instead rotate anti-clockwise. Once these 2 stacks have been formed, the players in the middle have 2 choices left. They will move out and stack with those 2 remaining solo fires. It should always be a DPS and a support left in the middle, so send the DPS to the first clockwise spot from north, and the support to the first anti-clockwise spot from just west of north. The 2-man stacks will go out, and the wind players will now stay here for the rest of the mechanic. Their responsibilities have been fully carried out. 2 of the 4 fire players will now receive fire marks on their head to signify they will be the source of another 2-man stack incoming soon. They need to pair up with the 2 unmarked fire players, but away from the winds. The marked fire players will look clockwise. If the first group they see has no fire stack, that's going to be their pair partner. If the first clockwise
Just checking out a different strat for the mechanic we're on. I only got a 91 percentile of that 95k double down opener and 90k at the end, just because like nothing else was really critting.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Yeah, I feel like I understand the strat we were using it.
I will not be denied.
He's about to get slammed by a tentacle. Tired boy, man. I think after raid today I might end stream as soon as we're done, because I'm a bit exhausted. This week's been rough. Mainly because I did 1 day of really heavy workout. Kind of funny, damage was blowing up on that pool, but I only did 100 more DPS than last week because only those 2 double downs were big. Double down was my top damage that pool though. I've never had that in my life. Not vodka? Alright. Gotta get back in the rhythm of this fight. Hopefully we can make it past caloric. We can sort out what we're doing after that. I feel like they made this arena with putting ads into the fight, you know, because they got 2 green worlds, 2 ice worlds. I don't really utilize them. They were like, maybe we should make it like Shiva. But, no, we'll just make a UAV instead. Sorry, I keep yawning.
Hey, Hope here with another short.
The
I can create worlds or unmake them.
-2 durability.
I will not be denied.
Mickey, you can do D because you have a bigger brain. We're discussing our strength. Man. I pre-pull this. I think so. I've forgotten.
I can create them or unmake them.
Not sure if, you know. Confident.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
Oh yeah. Let's listen to Luna.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night I summon you.
The wraparound.
The heavens bend to my will.
Guess I can throw out some freak randoms there.
From base
X
elements
square,
of
circle,
greatness
triangle. Square. Here. Yeah, we're square.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
If you were tethered to me, it was square.
I can create worlds or unmake them. I will not be denied.
I don't have a controller. Oh!
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
He doesn't need it.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
This is Evilise. Goodbye. Ultima is Ultima. I think she's just Ultima.
The heavens bend to my will.
X square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
X square, circle, triangle. Triangle, blue.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
In too deep into the lore. Got lost in it.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Yep, sure did. Hey, been to troll this face and face.
Denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
Pink swap. Yeah. Living Dead is a 4-minute cooldown, right?
Blackest night, I summon you!
I think your invuln comes back right before the second one. Might be closer. So I don't even need to be here.
The heavens bend to my will!
X square circle triangle.
From base elements is greatness
The classics. Square. Up.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed!
A knife in the back.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Poor cover!
Shade shift.
Heavens fall!
They're talking about lore, nerds.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Actually.
I will not be denied!
Alright, Aurora.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place!
He's fucking dead.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night I
Faint was there. Wait, do her autos do more damage when you swim? Slamming you.
The heavens bend to my will!
X square circle triangle. I'm practicing.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Circle. Yeah. Just gotta believe.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Have fun.
Pour cover for when the heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. Yeah, at 5. Tried to adjust for him. Tried to adjust for him, but hit 4 stack. Unlucky.
I can create well or unmake.
That was a really cursed pull though, holy.
I will not be denied.
Like, I'm surprised we made it to that point. Look at that machinist wannabe.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the
Dude, her autos seem to do more damage in this phase. I'm not sure if they do, but feels like it. Goodbye. Later. Slowing down is the hardest part.
The heavens bend to my will.
X square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Oh, I don't have a thing, so what? I think we'll be over here, mate. I think we'll, yeah. We didn't have a
A god's will cannot
we
be
didn't get a marker
disobeyed.
because Nid got rezzed as they were coming out. Our white mage is trolling a bit. He's gonna take 2 minutes to splash himself. When we're rotating at the end there, is it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm looking at my VOD then to see if I did it wrong. Yeah, because I had to adjust afterwards.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Better to be sure, even if you feel like you know the mechanic, better to be sure than just failing it and not saying anything.
Be denied. Only I can guide its
Some animal behavior.
denizens of the abyss. From ink
Yeah, dude.
blackest night, I summon you. The heavens bend to my will.
X square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Circle. Blue. This one.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Definitely had a few too many beams, but
Misfortune
gonna go down here.
be on the prideful. Pour cover for one that heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
top of that, right? I think I would have blown up too, but to D if mark. Our strat's a little bit different to what we were doing last time, so...
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will!
X square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Xbox.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Holy. Both the healers get nuked. Unlucky. Big unluck.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Poor cover for when the heavens fall. I can create worlds or unmake them.
I guess when we reach the end of this lockout, it will kind of be the end of raid because the timing is
I can create worlds or unmake
like 10 minutes away from it.
I will not be denied.
But they move.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you!
Paladin off tank would be so strong here.
The heavens bend to my will.
You just use all your gauge on the other tank. X square circle triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Where? Hey, where hole?
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Poor cover for one that happens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
I am fire, Vada is wind. Didn't matter. You need more there? I can give you Corundum if you need it.
Or on me.
Ah, yeah, okay. I mean the tank buster though. Guess it's sooner.
I
Yeah.
will not be denied.
I always forget that they have to cleanse. Imagine an Asuna mechanic.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you!
Dude, those autos. I don't know if they're worse than PA, but they are big.
Bend to my will!
Well,
Element is
that's an
greatness
X square
forged.
circle triangle, but I don't know if this is gonna. Whee! Tilted balance. The priorities are making their way into my head with the new straight. I like it better because I have less to think about immediately.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
North.
The heavens bend to my will.
Holy shit. If I give Mickey the corundum there, it doesn't come up.
From base
Big square, circle,
greatness
triangle.
forged.
Circle. Could be here.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for one that heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
AI big chilling. Fire. Mickey is fire, which means I'm gonna be going this way. Or I read Mickey's fire early and thought that mine wouldn't fade. I'll repair. Even though I'm fine, I'll repair.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
That was my mistake, though. I didn't know that my fire would go away, so I ran to Mickey who had fire. Well, it ran away from Mickey who had fire.
Not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you!
I'll get it.
The heavens bend to my will!
X square circle triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Circle 2A. Yeah. Go up in here.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Holy shit.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall.
Well.
The elements flow according to my design.
He survived the tank buster. Sometimes you get a stealth mechanic on the Palladium beam. Just a Lullafowl comes flying at you or something.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
It's always a good one.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you!
I think he's getting frickin' slapped around, dude.
The heavens bend to my will!
X square circle triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Square. be. I am here.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Thought that was going to be a bit more brutal there because I saw like people just run around so fast.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
Fire mean. I've got to find the wind mean at the end. Or the fire mean, I guess. Never mind. Think it.
I can create worlds or unmake them. I will not be denied.
I will not be denied.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
He's pretty sure about herself. Oh.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Triple weave. Ah well.
The heavens bend to my will.
Worth it sometimes. X, square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Triangle B. Up.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
I am the wind fella. I don't know how far I'm meant to move out. I think to the edge. this too far? I don't know. Might be. I think I might have been close. What position? Like I was at the end of 3. Yeah, it might have been in an ego all the way to 1. Okay. That makes sense.
I can create worlds or unmake them. I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you!
Ever since Kuroda yelled, use sprint, please sprint.
The heavens bend to my will!
X square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Circle. Hey.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for one that haven't.
Throw the whole sink.
The elements flow according to my design.
I'll be going all the way to 1. Oh. I did it though. I'm getting it, boys. It's becoming a understanding brain juice.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will!
I like circles. X square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Triangle A.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Yeah. True. Helps with weaving. Doesn't matter what thing.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Play Gunbreaker and try it. Or Dark Knight. Even worse.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
It's good to have some time on this boss before our big raid day though. Hopefully we can make massive prog
Blackest night, I summon you.
on Sunday. And we should. True. Cursed.
The heavens bend to my will.
X square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
I randomed myself. Nice.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Almost picked the next circle.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall.
Thing hits so little, I forgot to mitigate for a second. It's just-
The elements flow according to my design.
Fire. Fire, fire.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Just get a beacon every time.
I will not be denied.
We can triple stack.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! That happens, that
Because you guys were talking about circles. Like, oh yeah. Been comfortable, are we? X square, circle, triangle.
from base elements is greatness forged.
We, hey.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for one that heavens fall.
It should have a cleave on it, honestly.
Flow according to my design.
I'm a wind boy. I gave myself the brain deed position.
I will not be denied.
Still gotta think a little bit, but pretty nice.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
Nice corundum. Might as well use it on myself.
Sins of the abyss. From ink of blackest night, I summon you. The heavens bend to my will.
Bum, bum, bum. X, square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Xbox.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
Nice, chilling. Wind.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
I like the brain deed spot.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the
A few more pulls, hopefully we can, I mean, we definitely have the strat, we just gotta do it correctly. X square circle triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall.
I wonder what would happen if I shirked Mickey during the animation.
The elements flow according to my design.
I will be going 2-1.
This world must be made anew.
Then avoid the fleas.
Creation
Now the
spells
real
is
mechanic.
mighty.
Let's just run around and well, we made it past caloric once. True. Worry about that. The kill day problem.
I can create worlds or unmake them. I will not be
If we
denied.
get our positioning down for that mechanic, Pain Genesis or whatever the fuck it's called, like quick, we can kill this boss this week.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
The rest of it's not that difficult.
From ink of blackest night, I summon you. The heavens bend to my will.
X square circle triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged.
a bit scared when you said "oh," not gonna lie.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
And fire. We were dead there anyway.
I can create worlds or unmake them. I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
Oh, I like random myself again.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Good old mouse overs. Sometimes they work, sometimes they're like, nah, dude, don't feel like it.
The heavens bend to my will.
X, square, circle, triangle.
From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Holy. You up there?
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
I am wind. Alright, I don't have retainers on this server. I feel like they would just kill you, right? Alright, stream, I'm gonna end for today because tired. I won't be streaming tomorrow because gonna visit my grandma one more time before she leaves town. So I'll be back next week with a lot of P12. 6 hours of it on Monday, aka Sunday. So I'll see you then.